Hello, the name is Doris, Disco Doris, 009, licensed to chill. How are you doing? Hi, Roz. Hi, Kate. It is a Doris. I'm going to try and pull that down just a fraction. There we go. There we go. I'm looking incredibly orange. I don't know whether that's just my my monitor. Maybe I'm not looking quite so orange on your orange and red. It's a really different colour to what my camera is picking up. It's like a dark rusty orange, and it looks like I'm wearing bright scarlet. I have no idea why. Anyway, how the heck are you? What's been going on? It's been a while. Hasn't it been about a month? I do apologise that it's been such a long time. So yeah, a lot's been going on. Obviously, I had some very nice times prior to going on holiday, and then I went on holiday, and then I had some nice times when I got back from holiday, and then I was ill. That wasn't so nice. I wasn't so keen on that bit, I have to be perfectly honest. It's fine, I've been on adventures. I have. And I don't know whether people have noticed, but today I put my head down and did lots and lots of video editing and did another 4 videos in the adventure series. Question: have you all watched them already, or do you want me to play through the adventures one at a time and actually talk through them? You saw the Venice. What did you think of the Venice? Venice is, I think, one of the longest ones, but honestly, I was in Venice for about 10 hours. So, you know, you got edited highlights. And I completely cut out going to see all the Tintorettos and Titian. So there's a building, and I'm just trying to remember what it's called, the Scuola or something. You'd love to watch along during your lunch break? Ooh. So before I do that, have you had victories that you would like to celebrate beforehand? Should I put some music on? I suppose I should put some music on. I'm being a bit useless on that front at the moment. Let me... put that on and hope that it's quite quiet. There we are. Let's put it to about that. Hopefully that comes through without being too noisy. There we go. A little bit of music. Epidemic Sound has been such a treasure trove for me. All of the video music has come from Epidemic Sounds. So I have been digging through that all over the place to find appropriate music for the various videos, and I feel like I didn't do too bad a job because a lot of the comments that I got were in response to liking the music that goes with the video. I mean, I will say a victory for me has been actually doing the editing, practicing the editing and getting it done. And hopefully making it seamless enough that people aren't really commenting on the editing. You know, they're just actually seeing all my highlights and enjoying the impressions of the places. It's smooth. Thank you, Cade. So has anything been going on in my absence? No, nothing at all? It's very quiet today. I know we've got Cade, I know we've got Roz. I mean, that could just be a facet of I have been away for so long that people are no longer remembering that I do the thing at this time. Or they've got other things to be doing, which is absolutely fine. You're here. Hi, Pokey. Your victory is that you've officially bought all of the stuff, cosplay and props for the con and just need them to arrive to do the finishing touches. Nice. When is the con, Roz? This one is in 2 weeks. Nice. I know that you do quite a few cons and cosplay. We went to the Elden Ring concert. Hi, Livewire. How are you? Nice to see you. How have you been over the last month? Is everything sort of more or less back to normal now? Because I know that you'd had the accident and... your hand was taking some time to mend, but it was on the mend last time I heard. But it's sort of another month on now, so I'm hoping it's all mended now. Or, you know, it's still improving at a sensible rate and you can still see more improvement to come. I would love to know. I think you were just getting back to work when we last spoke, in a toast time sort of way. Yeah, I did enjoy the Elden Ring concert, but I was slightly disappointed that there weren't any cosplayers. There was a really wide amount of different sectors of community that were there. Accident still kind of in waiting. You're waiting for surgery to remove some scar tissue that's preventing full movement, but it's not really impeding work, so it's no biggie. That's good. You got extra month this money. Investment company made an error. Ooh. So an error previously that meant that you didn't get money previously, and they had to make it up, Cade? Or is it an error that they gave you more than they're supposed to and you might not get any next month? Because that would be horrible. I got a nice win on the premium bonds this month. That was very nice. You got a new job about 2 weeks ago. Oh, no longer working with the family firm, Livewire? I understand that you and Dad got some premium bond wins too. Nice. Very nice. My mum got one as well. Mum did best. Mum got like 2 prizes, one of 25 and one of 500, which was really lovely. Talking of Mum, next Wednesday I will be taking her into hospital to get the skin cancers removed surgically. So that's definitely a thing that I need to be doing. And then when she's recovered from that, hopefully she's going to have her cataracts done. She's very, very happy about the fact that I did videos on the vacation. I probably haven't spoken about this because I haven't had a chance to. So you all decided it's best you move on. The cafe can provide you with the hours and pay you needed for the time you've got in your hands, so you've moved to a better suited job. There's no, I mean, as long as everybody's happy about it, it's one of those, I totally understand where you're coming from, Livewire. You know, if the cafe could only really support you part-time, then, and you're looking for something full-time, it's better to move on. As long as, you know, nobody in the family feels betrayed because you were working with family. But it sounds like collectively everybody's like, yes, go with a blessing, which is really nice. Are you still in catering? Is it still catering that you're working in? And are you excited by the new job? But yes, what I was about to say was, I did a lot of the video editing whilst I was on the ship still, and I uploaded quite a lot whilst I was still on the ship. And I had been telling Mum that I'd been doing video editing. It's the first time she'd actually seen what I did, and she was very surprised that it was something that, you know, she looked at it and she said, oh, that's really quite good. And it's a different way of recording. You know, everybody takes photos, but having the videos is another step in a different way. You're at your local McDonald's, nothing grand, but it'll be more consistent. You know, McDonald's is a really, really good grounding for any customer-facing job. They're consistently acknowledged to give you some of the best training. Yeah, that's exactly what she means, Livewire. Well, I mean, there's always a problem, isn't there, when you're displaying your own work. You want to think that you've done a good job, but you also don't want to think I'm being hugely egotistical and puffing up my own value and my own abilities. But I'm consistently getting information back from people I trust, like Pokey and Fate, who would not tell me it's good if they didn't think it was good. I mean, Pokey was honest. It was like 4 videos was too many. I got bored by the end. So I'm going to bore him even more by playing all of them today. So I suppose I should prepare to do that thing. What's going to be the best way to do this? I suppose first thing to do will be to bring up YouTube and to maximize it. Because what I want to do is probably do a window capture, isn't it? You're prepared to be bored, Pokey. I'm sorry that I am going to bore you. It is a bit rubbish of me. Making sure you're bored. Right, so playlists. Istanbul to Venice. Right, I want to do them in a different order to the order that they're actually up here in. Because I didn't manage to get them up in the order in which I actually visited stuff. So I want that one. And I want to full screen it. And I want to pause. Right, so let me turn music off here. I presume you're ready for me to start boring you all rigid. Now, what's going to be the best way to do this? If I move to here, and that's not what I want. Okay. Is that going to do it? Might do it. Properties. Connor, thank you so much for the 55 months. How are you, Connor? And why have I got everything? That's not what I want at all. No. I want that one. There we go. And we want to move me. No, not that bit. Me. Me go over there. Why are you so big? Sorry, you can watch me moving everything and changing everything on the fly. There we go. So, this is actually, although this is a visit to Hagia Sophia, this is not Hagia Sophia. We start off actually looking at the Blue Mosque, which is opposite Hagia Sophia. How are you, Connor? How have you been? Have you had victories that you want to share before I start boring everybody with my holiday videos? You had a really nice visit with Grace. That was lovely. But you've got post-trip blues. Totally understand that. It's better than post-trip being sick, though, I have to say. Oh. I'm not going to be able to do sound this way. Right, okay, I'm going to have to close. Okay, I'm going to have to close that. Post-trip greens, perhaps. Right, let's try again. There we go, we've got the music now. So, yeah, so there were a lot of people in Istanbul. It was the weekend after Eid. And all of the inhabitants of Istanbul were in the old town to enjoy themselves. There were people everywhere. There was a sea of people. That is Hagia Sophia. So we're now looking at the Hagia Sophia. That one's the Blue Mosque. Or actually the Mosque of Sultan Ahmed. The Blue Mosque is just a tourist way of talking about it. There's me and Mum with our headscarves on, ready to queuing up to go in. It's a nice long queue to go into Hagia Sophia, and we're in. I can pause and talk about some of these. Let me go up back a bit. So here, can you see that it's much dirtier and greyer underneath the arch? So this is original tiling. Hagia Sophia is old. I think it was built in the 5th century. So she's a grand old lady. She's 1,500 years old. And she was built as a church. She's the main cathedral of the Eastern Roman Empire. So when Rome falls, when what we think of as the Roman Empire falls, the centre for Christianity moves away from Rome and it moves east to Constantinople, also known as Byzantium, currently known as Istanbul. But back then, so Byzantium is its original Greek name. And then the Emperor Constantine, Roman Emperor, moves over there, calls it after himself. And so it's built as a cathedral. It is very lavishly decorated. And this is original decoration. This is the oldest decoration. Now, with time, the Ottoman Empire, so an Islamic empire, conquers Constantinople in around about the 15th century, I think. So for nearly 1,000 years, this is the biggest cathedral in the world. But when it is conquered by the Islamic Ottomans, what they do is say, what a beautiful, beautiful building of worship. We'll convert it to a mosque. And actually, virtually every mosque in modern day Turkey, what used to be known as Asia Minor, where Constantinople, Byzantium, Istanbul is located, is then modelled on Hagia Sophia. So actually, the modern mosque in Turkey, not even modern, every mosque in Turkey is actually modelled after a building that was built as a Christian cathedral. And when the unfortunate thing about Constantinople, Istanbul, Asia Minor generally, you're in an earthquake zone. There's a very tiny plate in the Eastern Mediterranean and it moves a lot. And all of the areas that I went to during this trip are prone to earthquake. And although the building has stood up to all these earthquakes, when you have all these tiny, tiny mosaic tiles, they have a nasty tendency to fall off during earthquakes. But the mosque people take the original designs and just paint them on. So you've got this brighter paint, which is the same sort of decoration as was originally there, but it's in paint rather than in tiles. And you've got these wonderful columns. And they think the columns are even older than the building. They think these columns are reused from Roman temples. So rather than build your own column when they were building Hagia Sophia, they repurposed some. That's a bit of a theme in my visit to Istanbul. So you've got these, right, this is another interesting bit. So on the left is what they call bookmark marble. It's an incredibly expensive and difficult technique where one piece of marble is split into thin sheets and, you know, opened up like a book. Let me do that. So it's opened up like a book. So you get this mirrored pattern. But again, the earthquake causes a lot of these beautiful bookmark pieces of marble to fall off the walls. And so they paint instead. So on the right, you can see they've painted the bookmark marble effect. The left-hand side, you've got the real piece of marble. So again, you can see the original, which is dark and slightly stained. And just up in this corner, you can see here, there's a figure, probably a saint, to be perfectly honest. Now, when Hagia Sophia is built, there is a lot of beautiful depiction of various holy figures: Mary, Jesus, Paul, John, Matthew, Mark, that sort of thing. So there's depictions of saints, there's depictions of Jesus, there's depictions of Mary. Now, one of the things about Islam is that they believe in something called iconography. So there is a part in the Old Testament which talks about graven images, you know, the whole you shouldn't be worshipping graven images. And they take that to mean what you shouldn't be doing is painting up pictures of humans. And they regard Jesus as not the Son of God, but they regard Jesus as a prophet. So that is a human who talks to God, which is the same as how they regard Muhammad. So one of the things when they go into Hagia Sophia is they cover up things like this picture of a saint, but they don't get rid of it. They cover it up. Some cases they plaster over it, sometimes they paint over it. And in other areas of this particular thing, let me go back a bit, just a little bit. Can you see these huge wooden roundels at the bottom of the screen? They cover pictures of humans. What they haven't covered is the pictures of the angels. So this is a depiction of an angel up here. I think it's a seraphim. I can't remember exactly. But it's not a depiction of a human. So they leave the angels in place. Oh, there's a much better... There we are. You can see these are huge, big wooden boards. And they've covered up depictions of the saints with the wooden boards. And instead, these are verses from the Quran. They are the name of Allah in calligraphy. They are the name of Muhammad in calligraphy. So calligraphy is fine because that is just writing. It's not a depiction. You know, it's not a lifelike depiction of a human. And the way that Hagia Sophia is now arranged, this top level here is a museum. So when you go and visit on the top level. You go upstairs on the outside and you visit around the top and you go down. And the bottom is still a working mosque. So the people down here are more likely to be the faithful. So there we go. So they've left this because this is an angel. You can see there's no body, there's just wings and a face. So this is an angel. This one hasn't even got a face. It's just all wings. But it's an absolutely extraordinarily beautiful building. Me trying to get closer to look at the tiling. And because of the top being now a museum, you can see again all wings and no face. Because of the top being a museum, the top is now, they have allowed some of the depictions to be uncovered because they are not part of the worship, they're part of the museum. So you can actually see these wonderful mosaics. This is all done with tiles. Tiny tiles to give you the pictures. Obviously, this is Mary with Jesus. There's a peculiarity of the Orthodox that I spoke about from my Barcelona trip, in that even though Jesus is depicted as small, still depicted as an adult in Mary's arms. It's a slightly unusual way of doing things. But I believe that these are supposed to represent the emperor and empress, showing that this, their fealty and obedience to Jesus. But as I said, this didn't get destroyed. It was just covered up in the years when it was a full mosque. Again, now we've got a full Jesus and we've got our emperor and empress still, doing the obedience bit. And I believe this is Jesus in the centre. You can actually tell by the X Christi, the XC. And I believe these are two of the saints. I don't remember who. I've got a feeling that might be John the Baptist. I have a feeling that might be Mary Magdalene, but I'm not sure. But they are extraordinary pieces of art. You can just about see the tiny, tiny tile that makes each of these up. They're not as big as you might think. The if I go back to showing you the whole thing, it's maybe 8 feet wide. So what's that? About 2.4 meters by about 1.8 meters. So about 6 foot by 8 foot in total. So the tiles are really, really tiny. I would say 5 millimeters square, quarter of an inch. Tiny, tiny tiles. This one's outside. You can sit, if I go back a little bit, you can see, again, you've got this bookmarked marble. That's the real bookmarked marble underneath. That one's not a painting. And this is all original tiling as well. This is an ablution station, so somewhere where you wash your feet before you go into the mosque. Right, let me exit and let me go to the Basilica Cistern next. So this was something that was never built to be viewed. This is a cistern. This was somewhere as a reservoir for fresh water for the city. But again, when they were building it, they stole a whole load of columns from various Roman temples and buildings and repurposed them all. So it's absolutely beautiful, and it's known as the cathedral. Hi, Ghostly. It's known as the underground cathedral. And they, now that they've opened it up to people visiting it, they've got these wonderful works of art. That's a Medusa head. So they're not entirely sure how the Medusas all ended up in here. But from going around the various other places I went to whilst we were doing the tour, what I understand from the various tour guides is many of the Greek and Roman temples had Medusa above the door. Because you know the legend, you look Medusa in the face, she may turn you to stone. That was what a Gorgon did. The depiction of Medusa above the door was to remind you to be humble when you go in. You shouldn't be looking up. You should be looking down when you enter a temple and enter the presence of the gods that you want to talk to. And obviously, when this was being built, there was still enough superstition about Medusas that none of these very old Medusas are in their upright position. They're all canted over so that, you know, the influence of their gaze can be negated a little bit. But talking of the modern art, so this is the ancient one. And then this wonderful sculpture with the lighting. Well, this Medusa's upside down. And there we go. There's a beautiful modern art. And they've lit it in such a way that as you approach the back, all you can see is this big shadow Medusa, which I think is absolutely fabulous. It is really cool, isn't it? And this one, this column is very highly decorated, and it has a legend with it that you can make a wish on this column, but you have to be able to do a magic thing in order to make the wish. And I don't know exactly which one it is, but one of the I think of these as like peacock feathers. Do you not think they look like the peacock feather eyes? But you have to find the right one, and you have to put your thumb into the dimple in the middle, and you have to be able to trace a full circle all the way round with your thumb still in the hole. So you need to trace a circle all the way round one of the eyes. And if you do that, you can make a wish. I didn't do it. This is a lovely glass sculpture. The lighting all changes. You can see the lighting change there. So sometimes you have white lighting, sometimes you have green lighting, sometimes you have red lighting. And as the lighting changes, so does everything in there. So the next one is Hippodrome and the Sultan Ahmed Mosque, which is the blue mosque, as we said. This is the Hippodrome, though. So a hippodrome is a Roman chariot racing circuit. This is the far end. So they built sort of on a hill, and to get the area flat enough to get the racetrack going, they built out in one area. This is all a Roman building out to underpin the left, you know, the far end of the racetrack circuit. All still standing. You know how there's an ongoing joke about how the British has got everything in the British Museum because we ran off with all of the antiquities? We weren't the first people to start that. So this is indeed an obelisk, and it was sacked from Luxor in Egypt by Emperor Constantine, who brought it over and decided to use it as decoration for his chariot racing track. So it's in effectively the centre of the chariot racing track. There were plenty of dogs just lying about the place. You can see how busy it was. Yeah, look, there's another pooch. I'm just going to lie here. Now, this is interesting. So I saw a couple of these. This one, so it starts about 8 feet below, so again, 2.4 metres below current street level. But it actually stands on the original chariot racing level. This is another one of those areas where people have used it to bury rubbish and things, and the level of the street surface has raised and raised through the eras. But this is coiled bronze. It's missing its top because it would have once shown that these were two snakes coiled around each other. And at the top there would have been snake heads coming away from the coils. This is the bottom of the obelisk. This bit is Roman. This is, you know, Romans depicting. We've done wonderful things. And then, you know, this is their bit of obelisk that they've stolen from Luxor. They only stole the top of it. It's only like 1/3 of the original obelisk. But yeah, they ran off with it from Egypt. So the Romans were stealing things. We've got more people doing the ritual washing of their feet before they go in to pray. This is a full mosque. So the Sultan Ahmed Mosque was quite controversial when it was built. The Sultan was quite young. There was a tradition that, you know, it was your it was tradition for every sultan to build a mosque to show your obedience to God. But what you were expected to do is you were expected to do this later on in your life, after you had accomplished stuff, after you had been a good ruler to your people. Sultan Ahmed throws all that out the window. He doesn't earn the money to build the mosque. He just uses what he's inherited. And he builds this massively opulent mosque with these incredible tiles in it. So it's known as the Blue Mosque for the blue tiles that you can see. We'll have a better picture of blue tiles in one of the other mosques. But one of the reasons that these blue tiles are so celebrated is that the Iznik tiles, so they're made in a place called Iznik, and Iznik jealously guards their ceramics secrets, but they get this incredibly intense blue colour either from grinding up lapis lazuli or from grinding up turquoise. Both of these are costly gemstones. These tiles represent, to an average person of the time, a year's salary per tile. So, young brash sultan flashing the cash. People are like, this man is not humble before God. He's doing it all to show off. Not only that, but the minarets on the outside. You are allowed as so most mosques have one minaret. The minaret is there purely for the imam to go up and make the call to prayer. You know, you'll hear the call to prayer. Most people don't go to a mosque to pray, but they pray at home. But somebody will make the call to prayer to tell you, hey, guys, it's time to pray. So most mosques have one minaret. That is to go and tell people to pray. If you are a sultan, if you are royalty, you may have 4 minarets. Does Sultan Ahmed take any notice of this? No, he sticks 6 minarets on it. So even though this is an incredibly beautiful and interesting mosque to visit, it's interesting to, so can you, I was talking about iconography earlier, and not having any human representation. What they do is these lovely flowers instead, and the flowers mean different things. I won't necessarily get them right, but tulips are a Turkish flower, and there are tulips and carnations and roses. And I don't remember exactly what stands for what, but one stands for Allah, one stands for Muhammad. I don't remember what the other one stands for, but there is meaning in the floral patterns that are that the tiles make up on them. You can see there's also beautiful stained glass throughout. It is absolutely opulent, really, really lovely. But it's interesting to note how controversial it was when it was first finished. Right, having been to the Hippodrome and the mosque, we got a boat. And we went down the Bosporus. So Istanbul is a city of two halves. The side I'm looking at now is in Europe. The old city is all on the European side of the banks. But this is the join between Europe and Asia. That's one of the Sultan's palaces. The palaces have either been repurposed to museums or public buildings, or in fact hotels. So some of these palaces are now hotels. You can see that's a much more normal mosque with just two minarets. Was possibly built by a wealthy person to as a gift. The stairs there, the Sirigan Palace. Apparently that's the most popular spot in Istanbul to get your wedding photos done on. If you can afford it, anybody who's anybody gets their wedding photos done on this set of stairs. The Sirigan Palace is now a hotel. But it's a very, very expensive place to get your wedding photos done, but it is the iconic place. This is your social media plus spot if you are an Istanbul native. One of the nice things as well, the time of year we were there, can you see all the pink flowers? That's something called Judas trees. The legend goes that they were a white flower. The flowers come out directly from the branches. They don't have stems or anything. So the wood actually, the flowers are directly on the wood of the tree, and they flower before they leaf. So you have this wonderful show of flowers before the leaves come out. But the legend goes that it was a white tree, but it oversaw what Judas was doing, betraying Jesus, and it blushed, and it's been pink ever since. This amazing, I mean, there's a lovely mosque here, but the amazing bridge in the background is the link between Europe and Asia. Like, there's amazing buildings going on down there. I have no idea how big those flags are. Those flags have got to be absolutely enormous, because I was looking at them from quite some distance. And now I'm looking at the Asian side. And then we had dolphins come and say hello to the boat. It's not the best bit of filming ever, but pretty happy that I got as much footage as I did. But you can see there's actually quite a few of them. And again, they're only they migrate. So they're only in the Bosporus, a very relatively short window of time, migrating between the Black Sea and the Aegean. And there's this marvellous castle. There's a castle on either side. Obviously, it was a definite strategic point in the past. So this is the other side. This is the Asian side. And apparently the houses along there are multi-million-pound houses. You really need to earn a fortune. But they're really highly listed, so you can't do anything with the houses. You can buy them as a sort of a status symbol. But if you buy them as a status symbol, you have to keep them exactly as they are. The only thing you can change is the furniture. So you have to redecorate them exactly the same. You have to keep them in exactly the same configuration, everything to do with that. But again, they're such a status symbol that nobody really minds. This is the Spice Market. The Grand Bazaar wasn't open because of it being the weekend after Eid. As I said, everybody was out partying, and the shopkeepers at the Grand Bazaar were not interested in being open for business. But there's always people that want to sell you something. People in Istanbul will say themselves, you know, we are a nation of shopkeepers. Or we're a city of shopkeepers. And it is a lovely place to wander into. Look at how they decorate everything. Let's go back a little bit. So the ceramics are something that you will see everywhere. They do a lot of ceramics. They do a lot of glass lanterns. Obviously, this is the spice market. There are all the spices out on the shelves. You can buy all of these different spices. You can see not only the spices. Can you see all these glass sets on the right? They're for the various teas. There are so many different types of herbal teas that you can get as well. So here we go. This is teas. Lots and lots of jewellery. You can see lots of plates. So much jewellery, so much gold, but these are all teapots, baklava. They do like sweeties. More of the lanterns. These very, very ornate lanterns. You'll see them everywhere. And then outside were all the pigeons. Where am I now? I think I'm in Troy. I am in Troy. You'll see various cats and dogs making appearances in the videos as we go. So, Troy. The legend of Troy. I'm sure that many of you know. Shop looks like it would smell great, but it could be overwhelming. I mean, the whole spice market smells incredible, Roz. But there's enough other stuff between each spice shop that it doesn't smell overwhelming. I would say on a modern high street, the average Lush smells way stronger than the spice market in Istanbul smells. Because you've got lots of dried fruit and stuff as well in the teas, like dried flowers and dried fruits. And they do offset the more pungent aromatic spices a bit. Yeah, so Troy was lost. There was a long while that Troy was considered to just be legendary, but in fact, the archaeological site was found in the late 19th century. And unfortunately nearly completely destroyed in some cases. When I was there, the spring flowers were amazing. So you can see there's poppies, there's mallow, there's tansy. Now, something useful, at Troy, there are many different levels of city. So the site was inhabited for, they think, around about 10,000 years. Yeah, I think that's about right. I think it goes back to 8,000 BCE, before current era. We're now 2,000 years into current era. So, but there were Roman phases of the building. If you see the big blocks like this with no mortar, just big blocks that are piled one on top of the other, that will be a Greek method of construction. I know we're in Asia Minor, so but Asia Minor is part of Greece at the time. Oh, I agree that Lush is very, very pungent. There's nothing average about you, Pokey. So this is all Greek stuff, but they refer to different phases of Troy. So there's Troy 1 to 10, I think, and there's Troy 0 as well. But they're now realising that they're going back even further. Now, when you look out from Troy, there's a big plain these days. But you know what I said about this being quite a tectonically active area? Troy used to be on the coast. And then there was an earthquake that changed the flow of the river. And basically, all of that plain has been created by the sediments flowing out of the river. So the river is flowing down from the mountains in the springtime. You know, they get snow on the mountains in this area. So the water flows down very laden with sediments, and it's basically just silted up to about a mile into... So Troy now sits around about a mile inland because of the siltation from the change in how the rivers flowed due to tectonic activity. It's one of the reasons it stopped being used so much. There we are. You can see the sea in there. Can you see? The sea's over here, look. But this is all silted up in the meantime. This area would never have been under the water. It's just this flat area between that is silted up. But yeah, Troy used to be on the coast. So this is a piece of Roman. And if you see anything with bricks and mortar, much smaller blocks and cement in between, then that's likely to be Roman. Having said that, this is not bricks and mortar. This is mud brick. It's a different thing entirely. This is a piece of experimental archaeology where they've tried to recreate what things would have looked like. I hope work goes okay, Roz. Now that area there, this records an absolute tragedy of when Troy was initially identified. It was actually identified by a British consulate who advanced the hypothesis that this indeed was Troy. But it was followed up by a man called Heinrich Schliemann. Now, people will tell you different things about Schliemann. But what you can say is what he wasn't was a patient and painstaking archaeologist. Some people will just say he was a treasure hunter. Some people said he was just ignorant and didn't know what he was doing. But he had a hypothesis about if he dug down far enough, he would find the layer of legendary Troy. The Trojan War of Paris and Helen and Menelaus and Odysseus, everything that is, documented in the Iliad. Iliad, by the way, comes from Ilias, which is another name for Troy. And he was so eager to get down to this level of legendary Troy, he dynamited through the level that is now known to have been the one which was probably the Trojan War. The Trojan War is now considered to be a historic event. Admittedly, the legends are probably very much spun around it. But there is a layer which I believe is 1200 BCE. Troy 4 or Troy 6? I don't remember whether it's Troy 4 or Troy 6. One of those two. It actually shows where in the site they are elsewhere. They actually, they the archaeologists can pick up the signs of a battle, the fact that the city was burned to the ground at that point. But yeah, he dug all the way through it. And he dynamited parts of it to make it easier to dig. So, yeah, this shows all of the area that he just completely destroyed. None of these walls are original things. They're just piles of the stones that got taken out. So he did irreparable damage because he was too ignorant to know what he was doing and too eager to prove his own pet theory right. But you can see here, this is showing you, this is Troy 2, and then this is Troy 3. This level is 3, and then there's 4 up here, and there's more up here. So there are different levels of city, one on top of the other in the archaeological record. It's a beautiful, serene place. This is actually a really nice ramp going up to what would have been a temple. But most of the centre of the city, unfortunately, was destroyed by Schliemann. Fortunately, there is still city stuff and they are still excavating. So this area is much more Roman. It's definitely a sacred area, this area here. So if I stop it there, this was an altar. Obviously this was a well, but they think this was a sacred spring or something. This is a whole temple complex. But this was used well into the Roman period. So this is an older base that was reused. More of the flowers because I was really such beautiful, beautiful countryside. Absolutely gorgeous. And here we go. There's a nice evidence of Roman habitation. What do they call this? This is called an Odeon. It's not a theatre. It's not big enough to be a theatre. But what an Odeon is like a town hall. This is where you come and sit to do your politicking. So you come here for meetings, you come here to, if there are judgments that need to be made, whether that's, trade disputes or criminal disputes. But this is very much a Roman era of building at Troy. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to film them, but there were squirrels scampering about over a lot of these ruins as well, which was really rather enchanting. This isn't actually in the archaeological site of Troy. This is Çanakkale, which is the nearby port these days, modern port. And this horse was the 2004 prop horse that was built for the 2004 film of Troy with Brad Pitt and company. And the prop builders took the inspiration of, they said that the horse was built from ships that the Greeks had sailed across there, and you can see he's got like big cleats and things on him. He is a good size. You can see that you could actually get a good few people in him. But when they'd finished doing the filming, they sent the horse as a goodwill thing to Çanakkale to help with their fledgling tourist industry. Çanakkale still hasn't really exploited Troy fully yet. Çanakkale is a lovely, lovely place. I would quite happily go back there. But, you know, some of the smaller cruise ships get in there. It hasn't got the best key system for the big ships, the big cruise ships. But most of the people that visit Troy at the moment come in on cruise ships to Çanakkale port. But yeah, he's very lovely. Not only do they have him, they have this lovely carving as well. So back to Istanbul, because I've got things there a little bit out of order. So this is Rustam Pasha Mosque. This is not built by an emperor. This is built by a Grand Vizier. So, and it's a much smaller mosque than some of the others that I visited. But the Iznik tiles here you can get up much more close and personal with. So you can actually see the wonderful patterns and everything on them. So this is obviously looking up to the central dome of the mosque. And you can see in this case those wheels of, you know, Allah and Quran verses and Muhammad. Those are all actually in the tiling themselves in here. So this is the place to show you the direction of Mecca. This is like a Muslim equivalent of a pulpit. I can't remember the name of it, but it is for your imam to go up there and preach to you. This is a verse from the Quran, but this shows you which way you should be facing when you're praying, to pray to Mecca. But you can see these wonderful Iznik tiles. And these again, these are these incredibly expensive turquoise and lapis lazuli fired blue tile. I think the red is something like carnelian as well, so the red is also quite expensive. And the other interesting thing is turquoise. I was told by a guide, I don't know whether I believe this or not, but turquoise, they say, is corruption of Turkish quartz. So Turk quartz becomes turquoise. But you can see the vibrant colours that you get in these tiles. So I got a chance to actually look up much closer. Hi, Dina. But of course, they're all hand painted. So even though they are obviously very similar, you can see that each one is very slightly, they're handmade. They're very, very slightly different one to another. And here, let's go back. So here we've got the tulips. Here we've got the roses. I don't see the carnations, though, in that one. But they are absolutely stunning, the tiles inside the mosques. This is not a young mosque either. This is a mosque that's built in something like the 15th century. Maybe the 16th century. I think it's the 16th century. But, you know, it could have been put up yesterday. It is so beautifully decorated and kept. I mean, the tiles are gorgeous, but the paintwork is really beautiful too. It was very, very welcoming. That was one of the interesting things about going to the mosques. There's no feeling that they should be in Turkey. There is no feeling that the mosques should be reserved only for the faithful. They really welcome people. Connor, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Dina. I very much appreciate you giving her that gift. And very much appreciate it all anyway. So yeah, there's this, I mean, one of the tenets of certain sects of Islam is hospitality. And they really like to share their beautiful buildings with the tourists. It is very, very nice, and it is very genuine. It's not a cynical, we want your money. In fact, most of those mosques don't charge an entry fee as such. The Sultan Ahmet does, and the Hagia Sophia does, but both of those, it's a case of there are so many people visiting that A, they want to try and restrict the numbers slightly by charging, but B, all that money goes into making sure that the buildings are conserved. And now to Ephesus. Ephesus was home to the Temple of Artemis, one of the 7 ancient wonders of the world. Ephesus was an incredibly important city in the ancient world. What you can see these days is expected to only be around about 10% of the overall city. They reckon only about 10% of it's actually been excavated. It is an incredibly important city in the past. It suffers from the same thing that Troy does. It's no longer on the coast. It used to be on the coast. Again, this is an Odeon that we're looking at. This is not a theatre. Interestingly, again, a Colosseum has to be completely closed. So a Colosseum will be entirely circular or oval. A theatre will be closed on one end, so it's hemispherical. And all of the Greek theatres will always be built into the hillside. Roman ones built away from the hillside, like this, tend not to be theatres. They tend to be slightly more municipal. But yeah, can you see this has got a side built out? So rather than actually sitting in the hillside, there's a bit in the hillside, but then there's a bit in front of it. This is a Roman-esque part of Ephesus. This is not some of the older part of it. So you get Greek and Roman, obviously. The tunnels coming in and out of the area. Maybe! Thank you so much for the resub! So lovely to see you, Maybe. Yeah, these tunnels, they're called vomitoriums. They vomit people into the building. There's always some stray dog wandering about. Again, the countryside is marvellous around here. This is something called the Marble Road. Unfortunately, my poor mum slid on the Marble Road and scared herself stupid. She was she didn't have a good time at Ephesus because she'd scared herself so badly. She was always looking at the floor rather than being able to look around her. It's annoying because I had suggested she wasn't putting the best pair of shoes on. She said, oh, these are the most comfy pair of shoes. They were, but they didn't have any grip on the bottom of them. And we were walking on literally marble blocks. You know how slidey modern marble surfaces can be. Well, a marble road that's been polished for thousands of years by very many pairs of feet. Quite slidey. I mean, and at her age, she's very rightly scared of falling over because, you know, you hear people have a fall and break something and, you know, go into hospital and never come out again. This is a caduceus. So you can see the serpent going around it. This is a medical sign. Never mind the pussycat sitting on top of it, who was having a lovely time. So I think it's one of the oldest known depictions of the caduceus. This is a depiction of Nike, like the original goddess for whom the sportswear brand is named. She's the goddess of victory. So, and again, there aren't very many depictions of Nike known. Hi, Jen! Thank you so much for the resub, Jen. 4 years. Thank you, thank you. How are you doing, Jen? I'm sorry that you've got to work, maybe, but you and Roz, please enjoy your work lurking. So we're going through my holiday videos, Jen. I've been on a cruise in the Eastern Mediterranean. This is Ephesus. And I did lots of videoing and I've edited them all up. So let me stop that there. This is the marble road. This entire road all the way down through the centre is made of big slabs of marble. I don't know why I'm quite as orange as I appear on screen. I think it's my camera rather than anything else, actually, Jen. I'm not all that bronzed. And unfortunately, I got back and was horribly ill, so I wasn't around last week because I lost my voice completely. But you can see it was quite busy. There were quite a lot of people wandering about. Many of these things are reconstructed. That building was, I think, something that Caesar had, Julius Caesar had constructed. Was it Julius? It wasn't. It was Emperor Hadrian. I remember. That was Hadrian's temple. But you can see a whole load of mosaic still surviving. And they reckon that was a whole row of like terraced housing. You can see the various different columns that were going on. Was that one that had a Medusa above the door? I think it was. So do you remember what I was saying about the temples, that you have a Medusa to remind you to look down? You shouldn't be looking up. A Medusa will glare at you balefully if you're, if you're not being humble enough. There she is. There's the Medusa above the door, reminding you to be humble when you step into a temple to the gods. You should be looking at the floor. You should not be looking up. Medusa is there, ready to remind you of your manners. But I think she looks a bit like the Starbucks mermaid in this. Can you see? You can't see her legs or anything. But what you can see is two cornucopias coming out either way, that she's got a hand on each cornucopia. Don't you think she looks a bit Starbucks mermaid? Or is that just me? Yodi Starbucks, exactly. You can see there's plenty of inscriptions and things. There's plenty to read. There's plenty of cats keeping an eye on you. And of course, we have the inevitable, this is the men's communal toilets. Come and relieve yourself and have a good chat whilst you're at it. Although Ephesus, a lot of what's here is Roman, it is older than that. There's a lot of Greek going on before the Roman. You can see the Roman brick and mortar though. This wonderful building here is the library. It was supposed to be the third biggest library in the world at the time. It had something like 12,000 scrolls contained within it. Alexandria was bigger, and I think one other was bigger as well. But, you know, it was an incredible library. But there was a lot of fun in that where I'm standing, to my right, the building was a brothel. And there is a tunnel from the library to the brothel. So Roman citizens would be like, oh, darling, you go and look at stuff in the market. I'm just going to do a bit of research in the library. And yeah, that wasn't what they were up to. But what an amazing, amazing building when you get close and look at the decoration. There is a really nice YouTube video which shows you a computer-generated reconstruction of Ephesus. It's well worth having a look at. This would all have been painted, and they do all the painting of it, which is really nice. Because, you know, we get the wrong idea of how these things look because all the paint has worn off. But this would all have been highly painted in times gone by. We look at this lovely honey stone and think, oh, you know, that's what you get. But no, they would have plastered and painted stuff over the top. Well, one of the interesting things about going around the Eastern Med was these ancient places were destroyed by one of three things. One was fire, one was earthquake, and one was Christians. And the Christians were often the ones that were responsible for the fire as well. But Ephesus actually suffered from the same thing that Troy did. Ephesus has never been lost. They've always known where Ephesus was. This is the great theatre at Ephesus. And the way that they estimate how large the town was is how many the theatre seats. The theatre at Ephesus seats 25,000. And they scale that up by 10. So they reckon that the population of Ephesus was around about 250,000. Now, in ancient city terms, that is phenomenally big. When you consider that places like Athens, which was a city-state, it was a kingdom. The Athenians were, you know, their own people. There were about 20,000 Athenians. Not just the people in the, you know, that was how much a big kingdom was, 20,000. And here you have a city of 250,000. It was an amazing place. Right, we're off to Rhodes next. So Rhodes is quite different. We're in Greece now. The old town is sort of Crusader era. So the Knights Hospitaller are the ones responsible for Rhodes Old Town. So we're talking about 14th and 15th century, the 1300s and the 1400s. And this is the remains of the church. The church actually stood until the 20th century. Unfortunately, the reason that it is in ruins now is because Rhodes was in the hands of the Italian fascists during World War II, and the Allies bombed it. So I'm afraid that English are responsible for the fact that this 14th century church is no longer in any one piece. But, you know, Rhodes is grateful for having been liberated from Italian rule, so I think we've been forgiven for bombing their church. Cats are everywhere in Greece, it's true. I mean, they were everywhere in Turkey too, so. That's actually an owl on the top of the drinking fountain. So those are the city walls. And along the city walls are all these various symbols. So let me pause and go back a little bit. So can you see there's a symbol on the wall here? You know, I said it was the Knights Hospitaller that were there. Well, there were knights from all over Europe. And everybody had their own section of wall, which was their responsibility to build and keep maintained. So everybody's got a little symbol to tell them which bit of wall was their responsibility to look after. So we went and visited the palace, which I think I made a separate video on. So this is the walk through the old town. That's now the French consulate. Here we go, the visit to the Palace of the Grand Masters. So the Palace of the Grand Masters is quite an odd place. The reason it's quite an odd place is its origins are very, very old. But they made a bit of a mistake. In the 17th century, they were storing gunpowder in the palace. And there was a thunderstorm and lightning hit and ignited the gunpowder and basically blew the palace up. So remember I said that Rhodes was under Italian occupation by the fascists. Well, they sent over their antiquities experts, and their antiquity experts basically rebuilt the palace the way they felt that the palace should be rebuilt. So this is pretty much a fantasy castle in the imaginations of early 20th century Italian Department for Antiquities. And not only is it a fantasy, but they basically ran off with a whole load of stuff from churches on Kos, which is another Greek island. It has all these fabulous, fabulous mosaics and beautiful wooden pews and things. And they are all taken from Kos. None of these should actually be on roads. They are, but they shouldn't be. So the foundations are very, very old, but this is a sort of, it's not really a theme park as such, but it's very much not actually what the castle would have looked like in times gone past. These wonderful mosaics did not exist from here. Let me go back a moment. You know what I was saying about crests being all along the walls to tell you that, you know, which Knight's Hospitaller was supposed to be looking after which bit of wall. Well, the Italians decided that they loved that bit of symbology. And you will see various crests around the palace. And they will have one or many flowers. That represents the Italian Department of Antiquities. And you will see one or multiple swords on the other side. And that represents the Italian Fascist Party. So, bit of an interesting dichotomy. But it's all part of the history. And I think as long as you've got the context, then, you know, why not keep it? See, these are pews that have been taken out of Kos churches. But there's some fabulous, fabulous mosaics and everything that they have put inside the palace. And is there an argument that, you know, they've actually conserved all these amazing mosaics by removing them and putting them, okay, it's somewhere out of context, but it's, again, this is why I find it a little bit amusing that, you know, the British Museum takes all the flack for running off with things. Everybody else has been doing it through time as well. This is the Nine Muses, by the way. This mosaic here depicts the muses. So that's the music of music, muse of something else. Original tapestries, wonderful urns. Oh, that I found interesting. So if I go back a bit, this is actually a window. When they didn't have glass prior, I mean, again, this is Italians putting back something that was something from the 14th and 15th century. When they didn't have glass, what they used to do was put in incredibly thin slices of alabaster, which is a type of stone, and it allowed light through. So instead of glass, they used alabaster, which I thought was really interesting. Right, to Crete and the Palace of Knossos. This was lovely. I really enjoyed this. So this is the ancient, what we call the Minoan civilization. But Knossos, again, it is the archaeologist that discovers Knossos and that excavates it. He has his own pet theories, and one of the things he does is, rather than letting the ruins speak for themselves. He reconstructs and he puts stuff in that is concrete, that is not the way it actually was. So if I go back just a moment, you see all these beams. These would have originally been wood. They're actually concrete reconstructions. And there's some stuff that it's a bit of a flight of fancy by the original archaeologist rather than necessarily completely accurate with all known depictions archaeology. These, on the other hand, these amazing huge jars were found there and they were reconstructed and they are absolutely amazing. And you can see they've carefully reconstructed so you can absolutely see where the old bits are and where the reconstruction bits are. So, you know, this fresco here looks great, that bit of plaster and the painting. This is pretty much a flight of fancy. This is pretty much, we think it might have looked like this, so we're going to decorate it to look like this. I mean, it's quite fun in a giving you an idea sort of a way. But it is held now as not something that would be a modern practice. This is amazing, though. This is the larder. So underneath the palace were these passages and passages where you would have kept your perishables well out of the sun. It would have been kept cool and dark down here, so it was a good place to store your grain and your olive oil and all of your perishables. And the Palace of Knossos, from what they've excavated, they think it had somewhere in the region of 1,200 rooms. And that's how the legend of the labyrinth is thought to come about. People just got lost in the palace. It was huge. This, on the other hand, these paintings are not a flight of fancy. The griffin was actually found like this. So there are two royal griffins. This is known as the throne room. But yeah, the frescoes in the throne rooms are actually... So here... These posts are concrete. This is all a reconstruction. So these paintings, this painting, this is all reconstruction. This is what we think it would have looked like. I mean, to be fair, these were all wood and they were thought to taper that way because they turn the trees upside down to give you this nice big pad to rest things on. But this is all reconstruction. Peter eating, time for ice cream. Very nice, Connor. The dolphins are also originals. I'm not quite sure what's happened here. I'm not sure why this corner is different. But the dolphins are originals. They are rather splendid, aren't they? Those jars are enormous, like seriously enormous. They're about 2 meters tall and about 0.8 meters across. They are seriously gargantuan. More reconstruction, more cats. So yeah, the bull and the tree, it's all reconstruction. It's very cool, but it's all reconstruction. This pathway here, they argue, is the oldest known paved road. Whether or not that's true, I'm not entirely sure, but it is indeed a very old paved road. So that's Crete. So, okay, I am going to exit the full screen and go and get the Acropolis next, because actually where I went... Actually, no, I did go to Delphi first. We'll do Delphi and the Archaeological Museum of Delphi first. So let's go back to full screen. Delphi! Delphi is the mythic land of the Oracle. So the Oracle is the place that you go if you want to talk to Apollo and invoke Apollo's gift of prophecy. So there's a legend here. The legend says that when Apollo is born, he's one of a set of twins. But when he is born, he slays the offspring of Gaia. Gaia is one of the Titans. As you know, she's the Titan associated with the world. But one of Gaia's attributes is she can see destiny. So the Greeks believe in destiny. They believe that when you are born, the fates spin your destiny and measure it out, and it is assigned to you on your birth. But very few people can see destiny. Gaia has the ability to be able to see destiny. So what's going to happen to you in your life is preordained. But Gaia can see destiny. Now, Gaia has an offspring, sometimes referred to as a serpent, sometimes referred to as the dragon. It's the original Python. Your Assassin's Creed Odyssey is showing right now, Livewire. They did a fantastic job in doing reconstruction of a lot of this stuff and doing fantastic bits of, research and being as accurate as they could be. Anyway, Apollo kills Python when he's still a young godling. And because Python was offspring of Gaia, Python's blood carries this ability to see destiny. Apollo gets covered in it, and as a result, Apollo also acquires the ability to see destiny. Delphi is the temple of Apollo, the sanctuary containing the temple of Apollo. And the area, the sanctuary, the temple of Apollo everywhere, that is what's known as the Oracle. So the Oracle is a place, it's not a person. That was one thing that I learned. It's in an incredibly beautiful area. You can absolutely see why the ancients think this place is divine. It is stunningly beautiful. And what I'm doing now is I am following the Supplicants Road. So if you want to get a question answered by Pythia. Pythia is the priestess who Apollo will send the answer through. So the Pythia is the one that Apollo communes direct with. There's a whole bunch of priests who then have to interpret what Pythia is saying, and they give you a nice poem. It's always a piece of poetry that's given to you, and it's always obscure. But when you arrive, you have to get your sacrifice, because actually Apollo's not going to talk to you unless you've pleased him. So you arrive, and the first thing you do is you have to buy yourself an animal to sacrifice. Could have been a sheep, could have been a goat. If you were very wealthy, could be a cow. But one way or the other, you're going to have to buy your sacrifice. So down at the bottom of the Supplicants Road is basically a marketplace full of livestock. There was a little fella, little nuthatch. So I was interested in him. He ended up going into one of the little holes beside the archway just there. So you have to, show that you really want to get an answer by climbing up the side. Lots of people come to Delphi to consult at the oracle. The legend of why Delphi is where it is it's thought to be the centre of the earth. Again, there's a legend. The legend says that Zeus sets eagles at all four corners of the known world, and lets them fly in, and where they meet, that's the centre of the earth, and the centre of the earth is at Delphi. And there is a stone in the ancient world. It is the most sacred stone, and it is known as the Omphalos. It's the earth's belly button. You were taught that the priestess was sitting in a waft of herbs. Actually, they don't think so, Connor. You remember I said that... so there's a spring that they drink from. There's a sacred spring that they drink from. But do you remember I say that this area is entirely tectonically active? They think it was actually volcanic gases that... because she sat on what's known as a tripod. The Pythia sat on a tripod above a vent. So it might have been herbs, but it was more likely to have been something actually fairly unpleasant and to have been a vent from something volcanic. But on the Supplicants Road, it's not just individuals that come, it's the great and the good. And everybody brings offerings. And as you go up the road, there are various treasuries that are built beside the road to take the offerings that are brought to Delphi to please the gods, so that the gods will give them an idea. This is a recreation. So this is a recreation of the Omphalos. Stinky Eggy Temple. It might well have been. Livewire. Might well have been. The reason that the Omphalos no longer exists is that the Christians very definitely smashed it. Delphi was one of the areas that did not decline due to disuse or... being taken apart by an earthquake or anything. Delphi is deliberately slighted by the Christians. They go in, they smash up all of the most sacred stuff, and they kill the Pythia, they kill the priests. And they make it illegal to go to Delphi to worship the old gods. But it's quite a steep road up the side of the mountain, if you want to ask your question. This is not a temple, this is a treasury. This is to give your... This is interesting. This is known as the Rock of the Sibyl. So the Sibyl are the fates. So the fates who create destiny have... their own area that they are worshipped within the Apollo sanctuary. Everybody has to be incredibly respectful to the Sibyls because they are the ones that deal your fate. So we're still ascending the side of the mountains. It is stunningly, stunningly beautiful at Delphi, as you can see. It's just amazing, and I love it. It's always going to stay beautiful as well. The interesting thing about the valley that you can see out from Delphi is it's all protected. It's all olive grove, and it is all owned only under license. The state actually has the final say in that valley, and you can't develop it at all. All you can do is grow olives there. So it'll always remain as beautiful as it is now. So we've got another one of those twisted bronze columns that should have the snake heads on the top. And I believe in Assassin's Creed Odyssey Livewire, there's a really good reconstruction of it because our guide had the picture out of Assassin's Creed Odyssey to show us how it would have looked. So you just keep ascending the mountainside until finally you get to the Temple of Apollo. There's not a lot of the temple left, as you can see. This was the entrance to the temple. This is the ramp up to the temple. They've put some of the columns back up to show you. But the Apollo temple was one of the things that was slighted. So the Christians very deliberately took lots of it apart. And they robbed out a lot of the stone from it. Even though it's miles up a mountainside and the blocks of stone are really big, they took them away to build churches and things with. So you can see, this is the foundation. You can see there were 3 courses of blockwork just in the floor. And they've actually craned out blocks in the floor. You can see it was quite a big temple. But yes, that's all that's left of the Temple of Apollo now. But if you ever get the chance to go to Delphi whilst you're fit and you can do a big climb, I would highly recommend. It is fabulous. And what's even more fabulous is you've got this lovely bit that you can actually look at in the open air, but then you can go to the Archaeological Museum. And Delphi, again, they never lose Delphi. Delphi is always known about. And this was French archaeologists, I think, again, at the turn of the late 19th, earliest 20th century. I think the French archaeologists, not only do they excavate, but they build the museum immediately to put all the stuff in. So everything that comes out of Delphi as they do their excavations ends up in the Archaeological Museum. It's one of the oldest archaeological museums in Greece. This is a cauldron. There's lots of wonderful cauldron stuff. I love the bronze. So all of the cauldrons would have had these wonderful big griffin heads on them. Everything's in 3s as well. So a cauldron will have had 3 pieces of decoration. But there are handles with various winged harpies and things on them as well. But even though they took a lot of Delphi apart, they didn't take all of it apart. She is amazing. She's a sphinx, obviously. She's not an Egyptian Sphinx, though. She's very definitely a Greek Sphinx. And she's about 2.5 meters tall, so about 8 feet tall. She's a big lady. And this is carvings that would have been on the pediments on the treasuries. This is the sort of thing that they didn't worry about. This wasn't stuff that was going to be worshipped. This was just decoration. That soldier's having a bad time with that lion. The twins here are thought to be Castor and Pollux. This is actual gold work. One of the interesting things is this is a silver bull, and he's a life-size silver bull. But he had a bit of an accident well before Delphi was no longer an active site. So what happened with all these massive offerings is if something goes wrong with them and they are no longer perfect, they don't have them out on display to the god anymore, but they are still dedicated to the god. So what they do at Delphi is they bury things. Well, big silver bull here, life-size silver bull, he is enormous. He was hollow. He's got like a skin of silver over a riveted skeleton, and he had gilt work on top of that. So these are big silver horns. This is his face. These are his horns. He gets squashed in an earthquake. A rock falls on him and he gets flattened. So he's one of the things that gets buried well before the Christians look in. So he's amazing. You know, it's amazing they've got as much as they still have. So a lot of this stuff was actually buried for the god's glory. Found in excavations, not necessarily in the places they would have been kept in, the like treasuries and stuff. They do like their lions. The lions turn up all over the place. A lot of them are drains, like gargoyles. You know, they have the lions on the side, and they've got open mouths, and it's to funnel the water down off the roof and away from the building. This shows Apollo, and apparently this was a legend where the crow was telling tales, and the crow used to be white, and Apollo got so fed up with it chattering gossip at him that he turned it to black so that it showed on the outside that it didn't have pure motives. But you remember what I said about things being painted? So many of the things at Delphi still have their original pigment on them. So you can see how beautifully everything would have been painted. I mean, the pigment isn't necessarily as vibrant as it used to be, but these were like reds and blues and stuff. They faded through, you know, the thousands of years, but these wonderful little bronze figures. You know, they were fantastic sculptors. I do apologise for all the nudity. Apparently the Greeks just like everything to be nude. So this, again, is an amazing sculpture. There are 3 ladies, and they were all holding stuff up. They are about 6 meters tall. They're about 20 feet tall. They are amazing. This sort of big flower column. There's another flower column here. This is another. So this is not the Omphalos. But what this is it represents the Omphalos. So it was a carving of the Omphalos, which was the stone that the eagles were carrying, that they dropped to mark the centre of the earth, to mark the belly button of the earth. So this represents the Omphalos all with its net of flax all round it that the eagles used to carry the stone. The original Olympics were in the birthday suits. We'll get to that, Connor. We're going to Olympia at some point. We just haven't got there yet. There we are, some people with some slightly more clothes on. A little girl. Little boy fast asleep. You know, and these would have all... Actually... Oh, what did I do there? Hang on. I think I missed a bit. Let's go back. That was where I wanted to be. I wanted to pause there because this is the python. And Apollo having a word with the python. As I said, some say he's a serpent, some say he's a dragon. He's got a very serpentine body, but he has got quite a dragon head. Food time? Okay, Jen, if you want to catch up with any of this stuff, it's on my YouTube channel, Disco_Doris, the same as my Twitch channel. So all of these videos are up on my YouTube channel, so you can watch them anytime. But yeah, there's lots of battle scenes going on the front of the treasuries. Oh, this is known as the charioteer. He is a bronze statue. He is slightly larger than life size. So he stands about 2 meters tall. So he's about 6'6" tall. No, 6'9" tall, isn't it? And he did have a whole chariot, but he's quite amazing. He's got inlaid eyes and everything. When you get up close, you can see all the details of him. He would have actually had, you know, a couple of bronze horses and a chariot as well. Right, now we're off to Olympia, Connor. So this is the original Olympia. So we're off to another sanctuary. This one is the Temple of Zeus. There are 2 temples actually at Olympia, but the Temple of Zeus is the important one because the Temple of Zeus, and there is a festival for Zeus, and that is what the original Olympic Games are for. They are part of the Festival of Zeus, which is held every few years, every 4 years, and all of the Greek city kingdoms are invited to attend. Everybody gets to send representatives. And interestingly, although, you know, our Olympic athletes are all there for their physical prowess, that wasn't necessarily the case. The representative to go and take part in the Festival of Zeus were not expected to just be have physical prowess. They were also expected to have a healthy mind and to comport themselves in a very dignified manner. It was all about being the whole person. It wasn't about, were you just the fastest runner? No. It was, were you pious? Did you respect the gods? Were you, were you looking after your community? Were you doing good things with your neighbours? Did you have a healthy mind that you exercised by, entering debate? As well as, did you have a healthy body? Zeus doesn't harass men so much, and this is just for men, Dina. The Festival of Zeus is purely for men. There are no women allowed. Oh, do you remember I was talking about a Judas tree that flowered directly on the wood? That was a Judas tree just there. Again, this is a Greco-Roman site. You can tell the Greek bits by the big chunks not held together with any mortar, and the Roman bits with much smaller bricks held together with mortar. Oh, this circular temple here is erected by the father of Alexander the Great. They absolutely know that this particular, very difficult to construct, very expensive to construct, because everything is much more on square basis because it's much easier to construct. This circular edifice is put up by, what was Alexander's father's name? He was a very, very powerful king in his own right. He's a Macedonian king. I can't remember. But everybody has to cease hostilities when they come to Olympia. When you come to Olympia, you come... Right, there was a reason for that shot. Can you see all the little seashells? So the Olympia is built with a rock that is entirely fossilized shell. It's really interesting rock. So like a type of limestone, but it's all fossilized shell. Philip! That's the one. It was Philip of Macedon. I think it's Philip II of Macedon too, isn't it? But there are Roman fountains and things here. This is the original tunnel through into the stadium. So this is the stadium. It's what everything else is based on. This is, I believe, the 4th century BCE version of the stadium. There are no seats. You just sit on the ground or you stand on the ground to watch the proceedings. On the right here are where the judges sit. On the left is a priestess for Hera. She's the only woman allowed at the games. And yes, you absolutely do run naked. This is the course. That's where the judges sit. There is a line at that end. There is a line at this end. They're both marble and put in. And they are 200 yards apart. So they are like our modern 200 metre. But as I said, the winners are not necessarily, the judges aren't interested. The judges aren't sitting on the finish line because the judges aren't necessarily interested in who gets across the line first. What they are interested is how complete of a human being you are. So they're judging, watching you be a complete human being. Now, interestingly, just before the time tunnel into the stadium, there was a walk of shame. And if you were caught cheating at the games, you were fined a large amount of money. And what they did with that large amount of money was have a little commemoration of your cheating actually carved into rocks. So they had these columns which were made up of circles of, I had to pay for this to say I was a very naughty boy. They would carve your name in, they would carve your family's name in, they would record what your misdemeanor was. So there was this whole walk of shame paid for by people that got caught cheating. So you didn't really want to be cheating. And when I was in Rhodes, was it when I was in Rhodes or when it? I think I might have been in Crete, actually. I might have been in Heraklion. The Olympic flame came through, and the Olympic flame is generated at Olympia, and it's generated purely by the sun. They use a parabolic mirror, sort of a bowl with a parabolic mirror, and they just put the torch in the centre, and it is purely the light of the sun that ignites the Olympic flame that is then modern day taken around the world. And they take it through various of the Greek islands before it sets off to wherever in the world the modern games are being held. And yes, they absolutely did run in being completely naked. That area there is known as the gymnasium. So there were areas to practice your athleticism, to train. This one was for running. You could run backwards and forwards. And there were 2 arcades at the side. So if the weather was bad, you could run under cover. If the weather was good, you could run in the open. And there was another area for wrestling and boxing. So after we did our excursion to Olympia and had our guide, we were given free time, and Mum and I wandered off to the archaeological museum. A lot of people went shopping, but Mum and I aren't interested in shopping particularly, so we went off to the archaeological museum, and we're really glad that we did. Look at these amazing things. You know what, we were talking about tripods. I was talking about tripods previously. So this is a tripod cauldron. You can see they've got these wonderful legs which sort of cup the cauldron. And many of the cauldrons are decorated with bronzes and stuff. And this is the sort of bronze that the cauldrons get decorated with. Look at these griffin heads. Aren't they amazing? You can see there was a small drawing there. That one's a leopard. But yeah, you can see in the background. I think these were German archaeologists, so everything was in German, and then you had to find the small bit underneath. But you can see how the cauldrons were decorated up with these harpies and the griffins. You think you've disgusted me? No, but honestly, I don't think the sight of tackle flapping in the breeze is necessarily something I'm too worried about. I'd far rather watch the men in modern athletic outfits, thank you. That cauldron's got a bull. These were sort of handle things. So you'll see in time, but these wonderful bronze motifs, lots and lots of original different types of helmets. But what I didn't realise was how much they still have of the temples here in Olympia. Olympia wasn't slighted by the Christians. It was just left to fall into disrepair. And unlike the Parthenon in Athens, so look at this wonderful lion with his original pigment. You can see how he would have actually been painted up, so his eyes were painted in. You can see he would have had this tawny paint on his face, and then this russet, this wonderful russet mane. They obviously knew what lions look like properly. Lost his beak, unfortunately, but again, beautiful dolphin, still with his original blue-grey paint on him. Again, this looks like a dad with his daughter. And again, you can see all the paintwork. It's so lovely to see such good condition statues. Going to the again, look, I mean, okay, they're very broken, but you can see how much of the pigmentation they have retained. It's so wonderful to, look at her beautiful on fleek eyebrows, for example. And you can see that she's wearing some type of crown or something, which is metalwork. It was such an unassuming little museum, and it was spectacular inside. We've got some more, and this was amazing. So they've got the original pediments in the centre from the Temple of Zeus. The Parthenon in Greece, the Elgin marbles are fairly well preserved, but they're not as well preserved as these are. They were made by the same artist. The artist that did the pediments on the Parthenon did the pediments at the Temple of Zeus in Olympia as well. And they're in astonishingly good condition considering how old they are. I mean, look at that face. It's amazing. I have no idea why our guides told us to go shopping instead of going into the archaeological museum. But I'm glad that they did, because Mum and I had more or less had the museum to ourselves. It was really quiet, and we just spent time being absolutely gobsmacked by all of this. Again, look at the pigment on that scarf. You can see it wasn't just beautifully modelled, which it was beautifully modelled, but the scarf was beautifully patterned with pigments as well. This whole pediment, you can see it was painted up so well. This was astonishing. It was an astonishing museum, considering it wasn't on our excursion, and we weren't even necessarily suggested to go here. It's quite a small museum. It's a little bit out of the way. It was amazing. I think that the Archaeological Museum at Olympia was better than the new Parthenon museum in central Athens. It was just amazing. I am going to pause Corfu. We will come back to Corfu. I need a break. I need a wee. So I hope you're all enjoying the videos and me chattering about what I learned and what I knew in them. You're mostly impressed by the creases in clothing on those statues. The drapery is amazing, Connor. You're not wrong. Right, I will be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Do the thing, grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a drink, medicine if you need to medicate, water if you need to hydrate. Think about moving your body, changing your focal length, being the best you can be. And you can play some Pixel Maze whilst I'm AFK. See you in 5 to 10 minutes. You have reached the Disco Doris channel, home of incompetent gameplay and handicrafts. Custom is important to us. Please hold. Operators are busy right now. We will get to you as soon as possible. Just a moment, please. We will be there with you shortly. We are your leading source of incompetent gameplay and handicrafts. Please hold until this content resumes. Thank you for holding. Your patience is appreciated, and we will be with you shortly. You have reached the Disco Doris channel, home of incompetent gameplay and handicrafts. Your custom is important to us. Please hold. All our operators are busy right now. We will get to you as soon as possible. Just a moment, please. We will be there with you shortly. We are your leading source of incompetent gameplay and handicrafts. Please hold until this content resumes. And I'm back. Connor finishing in first, followed by Cade. Well done. Right. Actually, let me exit full screen, and rather than go to Corfu, we're going to go to the Acropolis next. We'll go back to Corfu in a moment. It was wet when he set off, and we got a beautiful rainbow over the Acropolis. So Acropolis means the highest point of the town. You get amazing views over Athens from the Acropolis, but again, there's quite a climb up to get to the temple, which in this case is the temple to Athena. It's another sanctuary. So the Parthenon is a temple to Athena, hence Athens, Athena's town. But it was very windy, but you can see the weather cleared right up. There was just scudding clouds everywhere. It was very busy. You can see there were plenty of people, but the lighting was amazing, so I was quite enjoying filming. What to say about the Parthenon? Obviously it's missing most of its pediment because they're in various museums around the world. Obviously the biggest part of it is in the British Museum. Right, to Corfu. So that's a little monastery. That's known as Mouse Island, the symbol of Corfu. They've got some amazing big Venetian walls. And that's a big Venetian fortress. We did not go into the fortress. We looked at it, but we didn't go into the fortress. Instead, we went for a wander around the old town. This is sort of the seafront area of the old town. Corfu's quite different to a lot of other Greek towns. The swifts were flying overhead. It was a lovely, lovely day. Much more Venetian-inspired Greek island. Shirt, shorts and a bathrobe. Nice, Connor. But Corfu Old Town's a very nice place to wander around. Got these lovely sort of pastel buildings. But obviously we're looking at a much more modern town. Even though this is the old town of Corfu, it's not the sort of ancient that we've been talking in places like Olympia and Delphi and Athens. It's a much more modern town in that sort of sense. It's medieval, but late medieval. Still very picturesque, still a very nice place to wander around. A bandstand which shows, you know, the Brits were here. Corfu was British for a good while. It's got quite close ties to Britain. As a result, the national sport of Corfu is cricket, which is a little bit unexpected, but the pseudo-Greek temple is actually a hospital. Right, now to Dubrovnik. So we're in Croatia now. The bit I've missed, I haven't done the Kotor video yet. Dubrovnik will have some scenes that you might recognise because it's one of the places that was used for the filming of Game of Thrones. It is a beautiful... Dubrovnik was its own city-state for a long while. It was quite wealthy. So Dubrovnik is one of the few places along the Croatian Dalmatian coast which was not part of the Venetian Empire. It was its own place and it retained its own identity for a long, long time. The monastery here is held in, it's a museum now, but it's held in considerable esteem by Dubrovnik because when they had the troubles, so when the former Republic of Yugoslavia split into its component parts, Dubrovnik was under siege. And Dubrovnik is a walled city. The old city is walled. And the inhabitants of Dubrovnik did actually hole up inside the city. And the walls held. But their modern electricity was cut, their modern water was cut. And this well, which is in the centre of the monastery, became their fresh water source while they were under siege, which is why this monastery is very much prized in the modern era. The modern history is that this monastery was one of the things that allowed Dubrovnik to withstand the siege. Yeah, it came and it went. The Mandalay. Each of the column tops in this arcade is slightly different. They're all beautifully carved. Similar to Venice, actually. That was something I noticed in Venice as well. The steps here are quite similar to the Spanish steps in Italy. This square is wonderful for the market that goes on here. You can see they have more drinking water fountains. They have statues. Some of the buildings still have chips out of them from the siege when they were mortared. But they have repaired a lot of the old city. It is a beautiful, beautiful old city. If you go up onto the city walls, which we didn't this time because I had Mum with me and the city walls are a little bit too much for an 84-year-old. But if you go up, you can see the old roofs and you can see the new roofs, how much of the city was actually pretty badly damaged. I mean, let me go back a moment to that statue. You can see the statues there and it's fine, but can you see these chips? This is all shell damage from the siege. I thought he was a rather wonderful door knocker. I do like the fountains as well. You can see the side streets of Dubrovnik. They're not exactly welcoming to a motor vehicle. Split. Split's an interesting town. So it is built in the shell of a Roman palace. The Roman palace was built by the Emperor Diocletian, and this is a artist's impression of the Roman palace. You see all the colonnades and stuff along here. Well, if we go back a bit, you can see those colonnades still exist in the city walls. Basically, the locals just built in and around the palace and have continued to live there for the last couple of thousand years. All of this Undercroft area, this is all original Roman. That's actually the cathedral tower, but it's built on top of the Roman mausoleum for the emperor. This is all original Roman walls. And then this is modern walls. Modern bell tower. I say modern. It's about 16th century, I think. So this piece here, this is Roman. This is also Roman. And then this is the more modern Catholic bell tower on top of the cathedral. But the cathedral is a mausoleum. So everywhere you go, you can see echoes of the old Roman palace. Again, Diocletian ran off with an Egyptian sphinx and brought it over here. The lions are a Croatian thing. But yeah, this is inside the cathedral. So this is the cathedral stonework. This stonework at the back is the Roman mausoleum stonework. So you've got also, so again, this is a Roman sarcophagus. And then this is the Catholic carving of saints above it. So you've got a marvellous crucifix here. But this part, which has been made into the pulpit, was original Roman stuff. The decoration around the top here is all Roman. All stuff that was decorating the emperor's mausoleum. They don't know where the emperor ended up. They have no idea where his body actually ended up. So it's a really interesting fusion of stuff. So this is all very definitely Roman decoration. And it's a Roman roof even. But this is all... the doors are showing scenes from the Bible. So this is all part of the Catholic cathedral. So again, you can see the parts that are Roman, but then they're just built in and around it. It's a really interesting city. I've been there more than once, so it is one of my favourite cities. It's like, yeah, don't worry about taking anything down and rebuilding. We'll just build around stuff. And finally, to Venice. I don't think you could film Venice wrongly. This area here is a gondola maintenance yard. There aren't very many of them, so the gondolas are all built within Venice. There's only 3 or 4 of them. This is one of the 3 or 4. Each gondolier has to buy his own gondola, and each gondola costs between 80 to 100,000 euros. They're all hand built. As I said, there are only 3 or 4 yards that build them and maintain them. So even though gondolas are purely a tourist thing these days, they're a very integral part of Venice. They're very strictly controlled. And, you know, the gondoliers have to work hard to actually make their profession pay. So Venice is built on many, many different islands. That's one of the reasons there are so many canals, because actually each block of land is effectively an island, and every island has a church. Most people walk around Venice. Most people don't even use boats. There are water taxis and water buses, which everybody uses. This is one of the floating shops. So obviously it's fruit and veg, but, you know, this is actually a working part of the people that live in Venice. We were very lucky that our guides didn't just show us the touristy bits of Venice. They showed us the Venice that people live in as well. Our Venetian guide was like, yes, here is my school, and that's the university, and this is where, you know, as young teenagers, you meet for your first dates. The city you only got to see in the middle of the night. Oh yeah, everything went wrong on you trying to get there, didn't it, Dina? There's a fish market in the centre. But there are many, many churches because everybody built one. But everybody walks in Venice. You walk a lot. That is actually a Banksy. This little graffiti young lady down here, she is a confirmed original Banksy. But Venice is absolutely beautiful. The reason Venice is absolutely beautiful is for nearly 1,000 years, Venice was the trading nexus between East and West. All trade went through Venice and they became fabulously wealthy. And what they did with their wealth was build these amazing churches and palaces, and everybody was competing to come up with the most beautiful, the most elegant. It is an amazing place. It is just as you see on all of the travelogues, etc. You know, the Rialto Bridge, here we go, with a gondola going underneath it. I filmed this and I'm finding it quite... It is just how you expect it to be. It is its own cliche, but it is rather wonderful. Llama! so much for the resub, Llama. I really appreciate you. I'm sure it is beautifully lit up in the night. In fact, we were there from midday till about 8 o'clock in the evening. So I was there for a good long while. Actually 9 o'clock in the evening, I think. But of course, being April, it's light till quite late. St Mark's is amazing. This is St Mark's, the church on St Mark's Square. You see the winged lion of St Mark everywhere as well. This is the Doge's Palace. You can see the winged lion of St Mark up there as well. And of course, we went for a gondola ride as well. So here's our gondolier who spent most of the time rowing with one hand, on his mobile phone with the other, and shouting at all his mates. He was quite funny. And for whatever reason, I'm on absolute hard mode filming. Can you see how tilted our gondola is being? And I was trying to keep everything straight as I was filming. I'm quite pleased with myself for having managed to get such reasonable footage. But I do have to acknowledge the image stabilisation of the camera. You'd be in the canal. Oh, it's probably best not to be, Llama. Back to St Mark's. This is in the evening sun, and I'm really pleased with the footage I got. St Mark's also has this bookmark marble on the outside. I noticed that come up again. This is the winged lion of St Mark, the symbol of Venice. So if you go to anywhere where the Venetians had their empire, you will see this winged lion of St Mark turning up. Again, this is amazing. This is on the outside of St Mark's. You remember all that beautiful tile work in Hagia Sophia in Istanbul? Well, the Venetians put it all on the outside of their cathedral, not showing off at all. Sort of a bit like the Thames, Llama, but let me go back to the chat screen now. That's there we go. You've got sound back again now. Right, let's turn that off. Let's get all of you back again. Yeah, it was an accidental mute because I used my Stream Deck, and my Stream Deck has a switch when I move between scenes. So never mind. I hope you enjoyed that romp through my videos. Yeah, the canals, the Venice Lagoon, effectively, Llama, should be Saltmarsh. It should be. I mean, it wouldn't be the best place to swim even if it didn't have a city in the middle of it pumping out poop. But don't forget, it does have a city in the middle of it pumping out poop. You really don't want to be in those canals. They have. I mean, there are sort of oysters and mussels growing up the sides as well. They'd rip your arms and legs to shreds. They're not very wide, as you could see. So, yeah, I was lucky because I was there in April. Apparently, if you go to Venice in, you know, high summer, it's a bit smelly as well. The algae grows and the algae rots and everything smells of unpleasant, You were there in high summer. How did it smell, Dina? It was awful. Yeah, there we go. So, yeah. Recommendation, go spring or autumn so that it doesn't smell quite so bad. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with how much I managed to film for everybody. It is a very, very beautiful place, Venice. So the places that... There's only one place that I have missed out. I haven't done the video for Kotor in Montenegro. That was between Olympia and Dubrovnik. I need to go back to my Mac to do that, because all my files are on the Mac. And I haven't done the... so while we were in Venice, we visited... what is it called? The Scuolo de something. And it is full of Tintoretto paintings. The Scuolo de San Marco, that's the one. And that is an amazing... Sorry, the Scuolo de San Rocco. Which is an amazing building, and I want to do its own video. Likewise, I went to a gallery when I was in Split as well. Hi, Shippy. Thank you for the resub. You're back. You started lurking somewhere around Delphi to get a shower. You're going to kidnap me later, Shippy? Hello? Why do you need to kidnap me, Shippy? You need help with things? Ah, okay. I feel like this is probably travel things. I think we're now entering the Shippy angsting about... It is not. Oh, interesting. Okay. I shall look forward to being kidnapped then. So, yeah. So I wanted to share all the videos with you. And I hope that I've done a reasonable job in giving you, in this stream, you know, my feelings about all the videos that I shot there. Yes, I just showed all of the travel videos in one go, Shippy, but talked through them, talked about what I liked about the places and what I learned about the places. You love them so much? So, oh, something I should mention before I forget. The 18th, so not tomorrow, Saturday, but the Saturday after, I am taking part in a charity stream. It'll be on Inanda's channel, and I am going to be part of a Would I Lie to You comedy thing in aid of the British Red Cross. So I will... Yes, it is charity. I am doing charity things. So I would very much appreciate you coming to watch me Saturday week on Inanda's channel in the charity thing. I have put a poster in Discord. I don't remember yet, Shippy. You haven't watched Inanda in 4 years. You vowed to return when you were of age and you forgot. Inanda's lovely. But let me have a quick look on Discord, because there is a poster that I haven't shared that I should probably have shared. It is at 6 p.m. British Summer Time, so that's 1 p.m. Eastern time and 10 o'clock in the morning Pacific time. Let me copy the link. Let me put it in my own. I will put it in the notice board in my own channel. There we go. There's the poster. You must be off because you have watering to do and a lot of moss to unpack. Okay, Llama. I hope your moss goes well. Thank you for the steam. We're not that steamy. I'm the Bob Mortimer of Twitch. I've done so much madness in my life that it might be impossible to guess the truth from a lie. Well, you'll probably be able to guess, Pokey, but that's because you know all my mad stories. I think it will be much more entertaining for people that don't know me very well trying to work out what the heck's going on. So, whichever sounds crazy is going to be the truth, you're certain. Right, what would you like me to do now, chat? Has anybody got any more victories that they want to celebrate, being as it's still toast time? Because I know quite a few people came in after I'd started showing the travel videos. It's going to be interesting to see which ones they use. Your sprained ankle's on the mend? Nice. You're doing a big clothes donations to the people in the south to help them. Does that count as a victory? Yes, absolutely, Shippy. You also have some great news? Ooh, love to hear it. We're all about any positive news, one way or the other, so... I'm taking it as a victory that I managed to at least get videos for most places done before this toast time. I'm also doing quite a lot of work at the moment. Doris went to the concert last week and only fell asleep twice during the concert. Was it last week or was it the week before? It was the week before, Pokey. Last week I was dying of having no voice. You were laughing at me for squeaking. You were told on the news that water donations were very needed, and today when you were passing through the post office, there were 2 huge rows of water there to be sent off. That's great. For people that haven't seen the news, southern Brazil has had terrible, terrible floods. There are pictures of things like horses standing on roofs of houses and things. They are really having a very poor time of it. You've sorted through your basement to see what you can sell on the flea market on Sunday. You've cleaned the lamps you've still got, took the dartboard apart to clean it as well. You're very productive, even if your flat still looks like a hurricane came through. I'm sure, Dina. Connor cleaned out the wardrobe, donated 3 trash bags worth of clothes and had to throw 1 bag in the bin because too tatty. I'm really glad to hear that John's doing well, Dina. I know you were worried about his teethies. But I'm glad to... Has he stopped sulking and decided to come and cuddle with you again yet? Johnny's a very good boy. I mean, I think he was yelling for food, so, you know he's on the mend as soon as he's yelling for food. I did my Good Samaritan thing and tried to put Grace's mind a bit at rest with Joey doing his hairball impression. Sounds like Joey's also on the mend this morning. And I taught He didn't sulk to begin with. He planted himself on the pillow next to you and just slept. Yeah, I also taught Grace about whisker fatigue. So Grace didn't know about whisker fatigue in Pussycats. So that's a new thing that she's learned now. So, but yeah, I've persuaded Grace to try and make sure she's got a brush close to herself, so that when Joey comes for lap time, she's got a brush there that she can get rid of as much fur, so he doesn't swallow as much when he's grooming himself. John wanted to get up the scratching tree when you first came back, and he was still loopy from the anaesthetic, so you had to pull him off. You have a third cat now, Livewire? Lovely. You managed to do 2 jigsaws whilst your PC was in the shop. How is the PC behaving now, Connor? I mean, anybody is allowed to have a moment under anaesthetic. I feel like that, that's actually a fair enough move. So I haven't got a massive amount of time now. 50 minutes left of stream. How do people fancy a little bit more Planet Crafter? You were even higher when you were last under for your teeth, Dina. Yes. Sounds good. Sounds good. People are definitely up for that. Sure thing. Okay. Let me pull that up then. People in DMs had the time of their lives and you still don't know what you wanted to say. Oh, my word. Right, let me do that. And that. And check that I still have a voice. I do still have a voice. That's quite good news. Whilst everything's coming together. Uh-oh. Steam was unable to sync my Planet Crafter saves. Retry sync. Play anyway. Let's hope that the saves are all properly done. It's why you're putting your phone away if you're ever under anaesthetic. You say that, but then you get loopy and get your phone out regardless. Grace gifted you a keyboard for your upcoming birthday. Nice. Hopefully that should show up shortly. Let me edit the category. There we go. Let's see whether it will load. Oh, everything looks fine. So, where were we with everything? I have a T4 backpack. I wanted a T5 backpack, didn't I? Can I get a T5 backpack? Not yet, no. I haven't got the jetpack yet. Have I got... I've got water on me. Okay, and I've got some oxygen. Okay. You're using your gardening for a Stardew Valley moment. That sounds wonderful, Jamie. Also, I saw that you've got a new keyboard, Connor. It'll be fun learning QWERTY if you've been used to AZERTY. I think AZERTY is very commonly used over here. Did I make myself a little cabin over there? I don't remember. Let me get some breathable over here. Fill back up on oxygen here. Yeah, I know my hydration level is low, but I have food, I have water, I have oxygen. I feel like I did put a little cabin over by the bigger spaceship. AZERTY's fairly rare, I would say, in the English world, by which I mean UK, Australia, America. I think we generally tend towards the QWERTY. Because I don't think AZERTY was a typewriter layout. I think it's always been just a computer keyboard layout. And we had a lot of people who moved over to word processing from typewriters. So the QWERTY, which was the layout for typewriters, was favoured because all of the lovely secretaries and admin assistants and everything didn't have too much issue with learning. Honestly, I don't know why I would be upset at somebody else using a different keyboard personally. But maybe that's just me being me. There are lots of things that I don't necessarily understand about other people. I don't know whether it's my ADHD that makes me be a particular way. There's a turlet. Anybody for the turlet? Ah, that's what I wanted. Another rocket engine. I can make a jetpack shortly. Right, Tusker seed. 400, 300 for the Nulna. I think there were more over here. Nulna, Lerma, Nulna. Okay, let's work out whether I can get out of here properly. Did I just fall down the same place? Yes. I'll drop off the iron from the opening the... Oh, my oxygen's low. That's all right. I have an oxygen capsule. That's fine. Okay, so I don't want to be up here anymore. So let's go down again. Right, let's see whether I can work out how to get out of here. There we go. When you were at Connors and you played Sea of Thieves, you played with the AZERTY keyboard and it was your worst nightmare. Where am I going? That way. Yeah, I'm exactly the same. If somebody else is using it, you know, absolutely fine. Doesn't affect me if somebody else uses an AZERTY, but I don't think I'd be able to use it personally. The change would upset my brain as well. But I don't normally use a keyboard for Sea of Thieves. I normally use my my controller style of thing. Where am I? I've gone the wrong way. Heck! You're going to duck out as you need to go to the post office and then do some washing. It was lovely to see you, Livewire. You're impressed at the size of the map. Planet Crafter is fun. I haven't been to all the parts of the map yet. I think Dina's more up to date with how far you can go on Planet Crafter than I am. You made Connor use the controller because you play with keyboard and mouse. Yeah, well, I mean, effectively, I don't play exactly with keyboard and mouse because I don't play with a controller either effectively these days because I use my Razer Tartarus, which is sort of a hybrid thing. Hi, Dan! Right, let's get some oxygen. Slurp up that oxygen. Right, there's nothing to be up here for. Let me head back to my little base over there then. Because I want a jetpack. And I think I have the components for making a jetpack now. The map's quite big for the game, but it's a good size to being able to explore and still not having to be there for 3 hours to get to a place. Doesn't the jetpack help with that? I believe that's one of the good things about having the jetpack. I think I can get around faster. And I think I have all the ingredients for jetpack on me now. I have 2 rocket engines and a something. This is where I find I don't have what I need for the jetpack. And then I sulk massively. The leggies also help with that. I think I have the leggies I can put on. Yeah. T2 agility boots. I think they're the only things I can craft at the moment, so. I mean, I'm pretty pleased with how far I've got with the terraforming. Given I've only been playing for what, just over 4 hours? On this save file. Right. Craft. Jetpack. I need a piece of titanium. Have I really not got a piece of titanium? Good God. Right. We also want to decode the blue chip screen mapping. Okay. And an area lamp. I'm not sure I'm bothered about either of those things. Right, we need a piece of titanium. You look like a piece of titanium over there. Boop, 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 boop. Titanium, titanium. Well, I think I have the T4 oxygen pack and the T4 backpack. So my oxygen tank and my backpack are as high up as I can get them at the moment. My food level is low, that's fine. Eat some of that. And make me a jetpack. Woo! So I have a jetpack now. Right, and we've got lots of Nulna seeds, Tusker seed and Pestera seed. Right, so I need lots of silicon and magnesium and aluminium to make veggie tubes. What else? Is there anything else I should be building? So I need 2 silicon and magnesium. I wish I could... Is there any way of organising my storage. My storage might be driving me very slightly mad. I need all of the silicon. I am keeping an eye on my hydration, I promise. I'm not going to desiccate myself to death this time. I have run out of tea. You are correct. Pokey, please tea. Please tea. Oh yeah, you've missed that development, I think, Shippy. Doctor told me I should not have so much caffeine, so I'm on decaf tea instead of drinking endless cups of coffee. Is a thing. So Pokey is a tea slave now, yes. More magnesium. There's a squirrel in the yard and Foxy is using so much foul language. I mean, squirrel's the one being naughty. Oh, oxygen level is low. Oopsie, I don't have any oxygen bottles with me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, things are going dark. Am I going to make it in time? Just. That was so close. That was so close. I think I need to collect some cobalt, don't I? Some oxygen bottles do need to be made. Were you going to nom on my corpse, Dan? Feel like you were intending to nom on my corpse. No. What makes me think that? Whilst I see you hiding that cutlery. Or silverware for the Americans. So there are new travel videos. I have added the Parthenon, which I think you saw, Shippy. But I have also added Dubrovnik, Split, which are both places in Croatia. And I have also added Venice. You love the Parthenon? I think as a whole playlist, they might be very, very relaxing to watch if anybody's having problems with brain squirrels, keeping them awake or anything like that. And they might be quite good on the sending you to sleep front. Oh, look at all my nommies. Eggplants. The squashes. The eggplants. The squashes. Mushroom. Look at my lovely, lovely biosphere. How good does my biodome look? I need another piece of... let me pop those in there. Eat that squash. I need another piece of aluminium for the purposes of building one more veggie tube. Look at all that oxygen. So breathable. So breathable. My base looks solid. You pause the video on 2 minutes, 26 seconds to come see the game. Base is looking solid, yeah. So I've got my... So is there anything... I can't build anything new there. I've got lots of ice in there. I've got all sorts of odds and ends, including osmium in there. But I don't need the osmium yet. Oh, I know what I do need to do. I need to make some oxygen. Oxygen. Let me craft oxygen capsules. Don't think I've got any... No, I've got no cobalt left now. Okay. So, where are we with things? T4 heater unknocks at 63 parts per billion. Well, I'm only at 2 parts per billion, so that's going to be a little way off. 5 mega terraformation index. Oh, I'm only at 2. Heat 500. Oh, but having talked about heat, let's have a look and see what's going on with the places that should be melting. So I got some osmium from over here. Your cobalt, okay. Okay, so there's some more osmium there. You don't start to melt until 5 microkelvin. That's a long way off, okay. I am going to go to the other cave system, the one which has got the iridium in it. I don't remember whether I put a base inside the iridium cave or not. Dubrovnik is very pretty, you're not wrong. If I built my base in the valley, I could have had an indoor swimming pool. It's alright, I don't mind having an outdoor swimming pool. I would suggest it was slightly better. Okay, I do not have a base in here. I think a base in here is a good idea. Whee! That way I can replenish my air without any issues. What's in you? Sulfur, food, seed, bioplastic, eggplant seeds. Let's put the storage crate inside here. And now I can drop stuff off. Oh, I've only got 1 water with me. Okay, that's interesting. I might need more water. I don't know whether there's any ice in here or whether there will be any ice in here. I've got 1 water though, so I should be all right for the time being. There's lots of sulfur, I notice. So I presume this is like a sulfury, and there's some aluminium there. Excellent. I presume this is like a sulfur cloud, but it doesn't seem to be doing me any harm. But this is sulfur. There's plenty of it lying about. I mean, we always seem to be using aluminium. Well, that's just spectacular, isn't it? Ice. Ice. Baby! What do I need for a little crafter? Iron and silicon. 1 iron. 1 silicon. Keep an eye on my hydration. I'm sure I'm going to be needing this osmium for something. I just don't know what yet. Flying back. Whee! Grip owns this game. Could this be his Stimp Cloud? You prefer Dubrovnik to Split, but Split's also cool. Where's my little home? It's over there, look. Right, so I'm going to take all of this back to my other base. I do appreciate the jetpack. It's quite fast. I feel like Crip would enjoy this game. I know he's got it. He hasn't installed it yet, has he? You love Venice. You were hyped for it and the hype was justified. Yes. It is a very pretty city. I was saying to Faye earlier when I was putting the video together for Venice, I don't know how you'd make a bad video of Venice. It's just everywhere you film is just so gorgeous. You're glad that the video was longer. I spent quite a long time in Venice, so that was a thing. Oh, Oh, the first thing I want to do is decode my blueprints. T1 GPS satellite, okay. And a shredder machine. What would be the point of those? I need to build a launch platform for the satellites, I presume. Oh, ore extractor. Do I want to build an ore extractor? Looks like I might want to. I should probably place one of those in the osmium cave just near here to get more osmium. Shredder machine. Destroys items placed inside. Okay. Mapping screen. Oh, that was something we wanted to do. So I need a compass microchip, iron and silicon. Compass microchip. 2 aluminium, a silicon and a magnesium. So I need 1 silicon, 1 magnesium. And 1 silicon, 1 magnesium, 2 silicon, 1 iron. So 1 iron, 1 magnesium, 2 silicon. Whee! 1 iron, 1 silicon, 2 silicon. My inventory is full. Well, that's no use. Let's eat a squash. And I need 1 more. Need 1 more room for magnesium. Now I can make the mapping screen. How's the time? 10 to 9. Right, compass chip, please. And mapping screen. Okay, where am I going to put that? Haven't quite got room for it there, which is annoying. Will you go on top of there? Okay, I'm going to put it on top of my heater. No satellite in orbit. Send a mapping rocket into space to receive signal. Oh, heck. So I've got to build the launch pad and the GPS rocket. Where did the GPS rocket go? Maybe I have to build the launch pad in order. The launch platform. So I need 3 super alloy. I don't have any super alloy. Well, a bother. Oh, I have got 3 super alloy. They're up there. I just can't see. Apparently, I'm an idiot. I mean, I'm sure that this is not news to anybody. Okay, now I needed 3 iron and 3 titanium to go with my 3 super alloy. You hope they add aliens you can kill. It's not a real survivor map game if they can't run across the map killing everything you see. I'm sorry, Dan. I'm sorry it's not the game for you. 1, 1. 2. 2. 3. One more titanium. Titanium, and now I need to build a launch pad. Where the heck should I build a launch pad? Here, maybe? I think I might put it here. I'm 1 iron short, really? Oh my god, it's huge. Okay, so GPS satellite. I need a microchip compass, a rocket engine, and 2 super alloy. Attracts uranium asteroids. Give us a global heat generation bonus. Well, that's interesting. Rocket engine, super alloy, silicon. So we need. I can make rocket engines, but I do need super alloy, so I suggest oh, I haven't got. Hang on, let's fly over here, top up my oxygen this way. I want to go all the way out the back, don't I? If you go all the way out the back, it gradually. Oh, that's not the way. You can get on this level, which has got all the super alloy on it. Oh, apparently that just lets me fall off the edge, which is not what I wanted to do. Not sure this is how jetpacks should work. I'm looking everywhere for bits of super alloy, by the way. How did I fall off? Oh well. How much? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces of super alloy. Better than a kick in the teeth, that's for sure. It should be want, you are correct, Chippy. Unless you regard us as one entity. For I am part of the hug party, after all. Right, I got the super alloy. What else did I need? I needed a rocket engine, didn't I? Can you be a heathen in this game and use aluminum, or is the game good? I don't know. Yeah, 2 should be want, but you could regard me as part of the hug party, and as such, then wants would be fine. I don't know, I haven't come across aluminium yet. I also don't worry too much about aluminum. Although I'm not very good with aluminum. The U I will resolutely pronounce as a Brit regardless. So I've got 4 pieces of aluminium. I think this is getting to the stage where I'm going to have to try and remember recipes. That's why the pin recipe thing, wasn't it? Where did that... Was that here? Yeah, microchipped T1 blueprint pinning. So I need a piece of osmium, 2 cobalt and magnesium. Because I'm getting to that stage where I can't keep everything in my head at all. Where did I pull the osmium? Downstairs. I did have plenty of osmium, didn't I? Yes, I did. Was it just one piece or was it 2 pieces? It was just 1 piece. 2 cobalt, 1 magnesium. One magnesium. One cobalt. 2 cobalt. Actually, we'll get another couple of pieces of cobalt because I think I need to make some more oxygen, don't I? Excuse me? Apparently that piece of cobalt does not want to be mined. Oh, we've got liquid water. We've got a puddle. We've got puddles forming. Yay, puddles. Inventory's full. Okay. It looks wrong when you see aluminum because in Brazil it's aluminio, so the I must be in the end for brain translate. Ah. I probably butchered the Portuguese, Brazilian Portuguese pronunciation of aluminio. But we won't worry about that too much. Right. 1 microchip. Where did I leave that rocket engine? I'm sure there was another rocket engine somewhere. It'll be there then. Morning food is low. We've got plenty of food. That's fine. Let me craft another oxygen capsule. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard... in my defense, I haven't heard somebody else say it. I mean, I didn't think I did too bad with Thais. Right, how do I pin... How do I pin blueprints? suppose it's actually end of stream time. So I should probably tuck myself in and save. I do have a rocket engine and I do have super alloy now. It would be quite nice to get the GPS up. Oh, I need to use the microchip I've got as well, don't I? Heck. Take my compass out. Oh, I've got a big red button. Woo! Aha. Okay. Well, I've put my GPS rocket up. So now my mapping thing should work. I need a new magnet chip so that I can tell where I'm going. But we have a GPS satellite going. Yeah, there's a big red button. It's fantastic. Crip was grumbly about me doing great with your name. I was allowed to press the big red button. It was all allowable. So much water. Right. I will probably play more Planet Crafter tomorrow. So let me save that. Like a child that wasn't allowed to eat more cake. Big pouty and crossed R's and but the interesting thing, Dina, is that I think Crip was saying that, you know, British people, because of the way that we spoke English, couldn't pronounce Brazilian Portuguese. Thank you all for being with me. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you to those of you who chatted. Thank you to those of you who lurked. Thank you for the kind words around my travel videos. I will be playing more Planet Crafter tomorrow. Yeah, it is a good game. I am very much enjoying it, Shippy. We will endeavour to get more of the planet terraformed. And who shall we? I think I'm going to go and Ryan's playing Abiotic Factor. Let's raid Ryan. Since Crip is not live yet. Ryan stealing Dan's content, absolutely. You've never heard of that game? Crip Super Dead, fair enough. So, as always, I hope to see you again soon. In the meantime, be kind, be awesome.